Okay, that should be better. Should have my microphone working now. Trying a new setup once again, so it is what it is. Yeah, building a clear plastic mobile suit 07B Gouf. So I'm looking forward to that. Haven't built a Gouf before, but I've built a Gouf custom, so. And we have special guest of Victor on the stream because he wants attention. So starting with the body unit. I may as well start by getting all the runners out. And there's the stickers and water details. Honestly excited though, because the camera doesn't show a great job of it because it is a bit of a lower quality camera, but the beauty that is that transparent blue. It's A, B, and J. Then we've got two Fs. There's an I and an E. There's C, which is more beautiful transparent blue. And there's some PCs which will be needed. Cut out all the noise. Hey Uzi, how you doing? Those in there for now. All of these. Ooh, one in that side. I'll be back in a moment, sorry. And I'm back. Okay. So to start off with, we need E31. Which there's quite a few pieces involved in this one, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Most of the day just walking around doing the moves, to be honest. Hey, sometimes that's really what you need most of all, especially for mental health and that. Sometimes you just need a extended period of time where you mindlessly wander. And yeah, I'm doing well, thanks. I've been looking forward to building this one for a little bit, because a friend of mine picked it up at a convention for me. Because honestly, the transparent blue looks pretty sick. And yeah, for reference, I haven't built one of these models, but I've built similar. Because this here is the Gouf custom that I've built previously in a master grade. Took me like an entire day to build the whole thing, but first ever master grade build, so of course it was going to take a little while. Cheers, it's honestly a lot more fun than I originally thought it would be when I first started doing it. Because originally I thought I wouldn't have the patience or steady enough hands to be able to do this sort of stuff. Okay. So that'll go in like so. Just slots in there nicely. Now we need 32 and 33. So these pieces here. And it definitely helps having a set of proper snippers. Up. Thanks for the caffeinate. I honestly probably haven't had that much today, considering my normal amounts that I used to consume. I mean, I may or may not have a just a few that sit on the desk waiting just in case I need caffeine. It's the watermelon candy flavor, which the camera is really struggling to focus on. It's currently one of the shops near me is selling like a slab of for $20, so it's a bit hard to say no. Plus, it's not a bad flavor. Hey, Carla. I mean, this is now the third time I've had hands on camera. So I have done a couple of other random building streams. Like when I built this guy. And he was just a hobby grade or high grade Zachary 2. This one being a master grade is going to be a lot bigger. So we need E28, E10, and E30. And also being a master grade, there's a lot more fine details in these models. Like for example, those are two pieces that are part of inside the head, and it's a bigger scale as well when you compare it to his head there. No, there isn't Grandmaster. There's hobby grade, which is like this guy here. There's entry grade, which is even lower than that. You've got your super deforms, which are like a little chibi one. Your master grades, your real grades, which are a little smaller than your master grades. Then you've got your perfect grades, which are fucking massive. And the price tag is big as well because of the increased size. Yeah, no Grandmaster grade yet. Yeah, I have a couple of shelves sitting around my computer that they sit on. Just because I think they look pretty cool. But other than that, I just also get enjoyment out of making them. Like people do with Lego. Yeah, and in terms of pricing, it can be sort of all over the place. Like, the more affordable stuff's the hobby grades and that. Your real grades are typically more affordable than your master grades as well, which the kit that I have sitting aside for the 50 follower goal is a real great kit. It's an officially licensed Tatsumiki one. It's also not the only officially licensed Tatsumiki one they've done. We've also got one of the RX-78, which is the quote-unquote good guys. Even though, you know, they all use child soldiers and shit like that. And it was Runner C. So now we get some of the transparent blue stuff. It is funny though, the tiny little pilot that they've got that sits inside, they decided to make him out of the transparent blue as well. He'll sit in there, in this tiny little seat. Which then this sits in here by the looks, judging from the instructions. Now back to E. We're wanting E27, which also just give me a heads up if the audio is a bit weird. I haven't built any model cars yet, but honestly that might be something in the future, considering I do like cars as well. Although it looks like you guys have missed Victor. He's already come and said hi. Although he might be back later. And now I need all of these. As these often get used for the joint pieces and such. Now let's turn that one's 11. So 10 goes in there, and 11 goes in there to be part of the vent like fins in the back. Now we're on to, what is it, E22, 24. We've got this 22. Hi Bender? Hey! How you doing? And doing a Mobile Suit Gouf, but with transparent blue. He hasn't pushed any of the Gundams off of shelves, but he's pushed Plague Marines off of desks. So he's not a fan of Nurgle. Which I still need to actually paint them at some point. Let's see. Yeah. And yeah, Bender, I've got the transparent blue Gouf. I'm very excited to be building it because it just looks really sick. But I have previously built a Gouf custom. I just haven't done any of the water decals on him yet. I do like the Zaku's and their spin-offs. I just think they've got a nice style to them. And A26 is what else I need. 26. Yeah. So how's everyone been going today? Sorry. Okay. That will be sitting. No. If you can see my condolences, because no one ever really wants to have to go to work, right? And what you get up, yeah, what you get up to in Destiny 2. Ah, nice. What catalyst you been working on? yeah. The joys of needing money. Gotta have to go to work to get it. Especially when you have hobbies that you want to spend money on. Because still need to actually get around to doing the seasonal challenges so that I can increase my guardian rank, and then I'll have to see what I'm at in terms of catalysts. New Land Beyond, Ergo Sum, and Trinity Ghoul. Nice. Yeah, the Ergo Sum one looks like it'd be good to have for prismatic builds. And Trinity Ghoul does give it a nice big buff. I do like the movement in that. That's cool details there. Question is, why does this one not seem to want to? Ah, there we go. Okay. Now they go in here, so it'll be by the looks supposed to slot into there somehow, unless I've possibly put these on backwards or something, which definitely could have. Let's see. Okay, so that slots in there. This one slots into there. And then we have this. Sometimes it is finicky getting everything to line up nicely. Oh. And thank goodness that did not go absolutely flying across the room. So, there we go. That went really nicely. Now, combination of the camera and the lighting doesn't really show it off super well, but we do have the guy sitting there in the cockpit. Now, you want E29. Now, the reason why I'm cutting with room away from the model is just because, not the model pieces, is it allows it just that bit extra for kind of clean it up and make it a bit neater. Although honestly I'm not sure how much is actually showing up on the camera. There's also a bit of a newer setup with it all. Yeah, that's fair. That is definitely fair. I think the main reason why I bothered with Fighting Lion back when its catalyst first came out is because I used to just use that all the time. Not because I thought it was good or anything, but because I enjoyed it. Because I've always found that, yeah, it was a pain in the butt. I've always found that enjoying and having fun with a gun is a lot more important than it being a good one to use. And yeah, the reload speed on it is pretty terrible. Just gotta remember though, in the first year of Destiny 2, it was also the only grenade launcher that wasn't a heavy weapon. Which that in itself was at least a noteworthy aspect of it. I still need to finish the Jade Rabbit one, but that's going to require me to play PvP, and I am not the biggest PvP player. By a long shot. Yep. Controller's disconnected. Because I thought it'd be, you know, fun to have a bit of balls running in the background. There we go. Bit of flexibility in there. Let's try to do Borealis, Darcy, Divinity. I need the catalyst for that. Infinity, Fighting Lion, Microchasm. Yeah, I'm still chasing the Microchasm catalyst as well. Because I figure, with how much I use it, I may as well try and get the catalyst, right? Now, onto some of the more punch parts. Because using runner B and runner A. Gunshot's a good one to have. Tractor Cannon is a classic. It's the OG div bitch roll. Okay, so we need A13 to start with. Which, I guess one was. Yeah. Honestly, things like Two-Tailed Fox, Jade Rabbit and that, I've used them just because they're cute. Didn't care about how effective they actually were. Okay, so that will need to go into that one there, with being 11. Yeah, I reckon that sounds like a good idea, to be honest. Run through some stuff trying to get catalysts. I mean, last night I was just trying to get some bright dust up. I ended up getting, I think it was 1500 bright dust. I'm also looking forward to the tournament. That should be a lot of good fun. That reminds me, where's that now? There it is. He's just too good for us, you know? We'd be holding him back. Okay. And these two go together like so. Which that's the cover for the cockpit. Now I need B12. Now I'm honestly not thinking I'm going to end up finishing this model on stream today. But I figured it'd be fun to do a quick impromptu stream of it, at least just making a start of it. Cheers. I'm both glad and annoyed about falling into the Gundam kit rabbit hole, because I just keep seeing more and more model kits I want to buy and build. And even some of the knockoff ones on AliExpress seem like they're not bad in terms of quality. Hell yeah. Which, for reference, on the Gouf custom, it does also open up. If you go down and then out. And you can also change which way the eye's looking. They're a fun bit of detail in the kits as well. And a lot of posability in them. Okay. Now we want a 17. There's a kit that was at the convention that would have been really cool to get, but a bit hard when it's one person trying to grab a bunch of kits from multiple people. It's completely black for the internal skeletal structure of it all, and then the outside completely clear, so it just had this just sick aura, like ghost-like aura to it almost. And the pause account that's now currently covered up by chat is a good old lovely Nissan Gloria. Yeah, definitely a feeling of accomplishment having built them. The gateway for me, like the entry point, was with these super deforms because they were quite cheap. But good luck with work, Cal. Good luck. Yeah, the super deforms can be quite cheap, so they're a good entry point. Only problem is they use a lot of stickers, so it's a bit varying in quality for it. Does this mean we have to do the Kinsfall raid to get Cal back if he's being taken? Ah, so we have to get Liam Neeson involved. Yeah. Always a bit of a classic. Yeah, best of luck, Cal. And try to not go too insane at work. Gotta be able to pay bills somehow. What are you trying to play that it's the rats that make you crazy? Once. We had to call a ban on that shit post with one of my friend groups because it sort of started to become a bit too much with how much we would use it. Oh hell yeah. Did you go custom plates or just different state? I mean, on the sub. Customs need to be registered. Ah. Okay, that's interesting. Knew a guy who's working at a military base, and he had custom plates on his car with Uwu as the custom plate, or at least part of the custom plate. And the fact that just the idea of a car at a military base having Uwu as part of their number plate. Yeah. Always curious about the laws for custom plates, and it's also here in Australia very interesting the difference in pricing of custom plates, because like in Victoria it's like $600 for a set of custom plates, and then you just keep the car registered, whilst I think it's the Australian Capital Territory, it's like $2,000 a year or something ridiculous like that. I mean, I keep trying to convince a friend that he needs to get a Subaru, and then he needs to get the custom number plate Sub-Uwu. For the sake of the meme. Oh, yeah, it's pretty fucked. I wouldn't be surprised. I do remember seeing a photo of a car in South Australia. Where it was a Lada Niva, which is a Soviet four-wheel drive, and their custom plate that they had on it was Kill Lada. Which, yeah, I mean, it's always interesting to see what people go for with custom plates and everything. It is just crazy the sheer price difference across different states. There we go. It's looking a lot less rigid. Hell yeah. Now, starting with piece A7. Definitely looks like this piece. It's just a bit hard to read the 7 on it. It's really crazy that the price in the ACT's so much higher, considering like it's the ACT exists solely for housing the capital city of Australia being Canberra, and that's it. If my memory of history class is correct, it was something along the lines of to deal with the debate of people trying to decide which state should have the capital of Australia. They went, well, fuck it, we'll just make a new territory and that'll be the capital of Australia. I don't know if that honestly makes sense given Australian history and everything. I mean, some of our best remembered prime ministers aren't from their work as prime ministers. Like there's Harold Holt, who is remembered for disappearing when he went for a swim in the ocean. There's Bob Hawke, who some people, that the only thing they know about him is him being willing to down beers live on camera. Yes, it's looking interesting as to how it lines up. Ah, that's how. You sure do like to... Ah, yes. The infamous Engadine McDonald's. And Scott Morrison. Hey. He's also got a legacy of pissing off to Hawaii whilst the country's on fire, so there's a few things that means remembered for. Ooh. That's the first page of instructions done. Hi Skatey, how are you? That reminds me, I'm gonna need to duck off in a little bit. I just gotta run an errand. Which might just do that quickly now before I forget. So, we'll be back in a little bit. Sorry about this, everyone.
Now for something completely different.
Happy 4th birthday.
investment. I see you are interested in distributing Mr. Sparkle in your own people. You have chosen wisely, but please don't leave me. Observe this commercial.
Sounds awful. I can't do this. You have to do it. There's no other option. Meow?
You're listening to That's Love.
三葉、名前は三葉。君の名前は。
Hey everyone, I'm back. Sorry about how long I was gone, and it looks like everything's happened whilst I was away. Scaredy whispering about fans, and 2 months subscribe. Thank you. And yeah, the weather's pretty overcast here as well. Oh, and Victor's here as well. Okay. Now, yeah, that's one that I picked up from Stream Elements, and also Victor's decided to push the microphone around. Yeah, it's nice to have little screens like that so that I'm not leaving this completely bored with nothing at all. Although I am sorry about how long I was away. And at least I can thank my good friend Dark Slalom for music as well. Specifically the music for the BRB screen and all that. Thursday, have you had much that you need to grind out in Destiny lately? I say have to because it's never a want, it's always a need. It is cool that the yeah, that choice paralysis is definitely a big thing, especially with the update of just like, okay, so there's all this stuff, what am I doing? Choice paralysis is always a big issue. Did you end up grinding much bright dust last night? So that's what I ended up doing during part of Skady's stream last night. It's just focusing on grinding out some bright dust. Still didn't get enough to get the ghost shell. But it's okay because I've got a bunny shell. Until these try out some of these cheese. Yeah, I feel that. It always seems like, okay, I'm taking a break from Destiny. Oh, here's this cheese. Just absolute game-breaking cheese. I've tried out the Titan Ward of Dawn one. I just used a wish in the last wish to go straight to that boss and try it there, just to see how it goes, and yeah, went well. Took a little bit to get used to, but instead of just pushing, you can do if you do the melee right, you can straight up throw him, and he goes flying. I'm just applying a small amount of the extra thin cement to try and help cover up the stress on the plastic. So the Pantheon will give you better rewards, especially if you're doing the by 5 feet on it as well. But if you just want to practice it first, you can always practice it with the Last Wish version, which will still give you loot, just not as much. So instead you would ideally want to get to a checkpoint for the last encounter on the second Pantheon with 5 feet, which I hear tell there's actually some bots out there that are literally just for the purpose of checkpoints. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, the idea of there being some long wait times for those bots. But yeah, so what you can do is, if you just want to throw the boss around for the fun of it and get a little bit of loot, not a lot but a little bit, you can boot up Last Wish solo and just enter in the wish that takes you to that boss. And then with that you can just, you know, blend in, have fun, get a little bit of loot. Yeah. But no, some good fun to do. It is fun just getting to throw a boss around. Although the clip of Desert Perpetual throwing that boss around with it is pretty funny. Of course, I've seen people do it on Crota as well, where they've thrown Crota backwards over the structure and into the void. That's how far they've thrown him. Yeah? I'll have to have a look. There's been some honestly funny ones of it. Oh, and I saw one, so you know the Hunter's Arc stuff, right? I saw a clip where they did the throw-in version of that where you throw it and it does AoE damage and stuff. They threw it onto the Water Dawn. The Hunter picked up their Water Dawn and just went for a walk as everything around them started dying. It's honestly just pretty cool what people have been doing with it. And like, I get that they want to protect the integrity of the game and everything, but it also just would be cool if they didn't patch it and they left fun stuff like that in there. Loving the clear plastics. Now this sits like so. Yeah, it would be very cool if they didn't patch that stuff. I'm also thinking, considering I've got things like the redeems for keyboard swap and all that stuff, then maybe I should keep some kind of desk cam just to prove that I'm actually swapping out keyboards. Because, you know, as much as I try to be honest about things, I also just like to be able to do that stuff to back up what I'm doing and whatnot. And that's one can of B down. Be nice if they had some cheap Red Bull, but so far, V and only V. Yeah. Yeah, that's the torso unit done. Which, for a comparison, once again with the Gouf Custom, it's already looking bigger. So I'm looking forward to doing a side-by-side comparison once they're all done. Now we're moving on to making the head. And the hoses are going to be a lot of fun to do. By that I mean they're going to be finicky as hell, but worth it. Okay, we need E2, E3, E1 and PC1. So we got 3. And 1. Now this paper here is mainly just because I had a feeling I'd be using some extra thin cement and I didn't want to get it all over the Okay. Give me a moment. There we go. And we've got the pause back. Okay. Now the tracking very much doesn't seem to like it when I punch down to days. I plan on eventually getting a iPhone for that, which is probably the only time I'd buy an iPhone. More of an Android person. Okay, now this goes like so. And this goes. This stuff's where tweezers can be quite handy. These fins can start to get a bit fiddly otherwise. There we go, that's the base of the head. Now we need E8. Yeah. Even if they just patch it so that the bosses respawn instead of actually being able to be thrown off the map, and just allow us to throw them anyway for the fun of it. I mean, they do have a reasonable past for at least acknowledging stuff like that. I mean, look at the emblem that's exclusively for that time that Prometheus lens was absolutely broken in PvP. Okay, now we need E11 and A6 for one of my favorite parts of the Zaku range, or the Zaku and its variants, which is the mono eye. Personally, I think mono eyes go fucking hard. It's E11 and we need A6. go. Right. Yes. Now, a part that I hate doing, but also, yeah. Yeah. It's more a problem of the fact that those bosses are capable of just, you know, not respawning and coming back. Because, you know, people might find another way to throw the bosses off, like they've been doing for a long time with Crota. And like what used to be the way with Atheon back in the old days. There we go, there's the Mono Eye. So the Mono Eye sits there. Interesting. Ooh, that's cool. That is cool. Now we need E9. Oh yeah, Uzi, you looking forward to the Sparrow Racing tournament? It should be some good friendly fun, and you know, bit of a break and a mix up from the raids. Especially just because I think people might have been a bit tired last raid. Which, you know, that happens. I'm using bug out back once or twice, try and solo a dungeon maybe. I feel like Warlords would be... Yeah, I reckon that'd be a good one. Before? What happened before? Wouldn't cheese. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I mean... I know people that had to rely on the Praxic Blade and a Strand Titan build with Strongholds to be able to solo flawless a couple of dungeons, but that's less of cheese and more just a easy build option. And, you know, everybody has different playstyles. For me, it is somewhat the challenge of it that I enjoy. I just get frustrated when the unexpected seems to want to happen and break things. Okay, we've got a bit of a stress mark on that there, which even though the camera can't focus, it really wants to show it off. So just a tiny bit of this on there, help mask it a bit. Oh yeah, Bender, if you're still there, the character that I have on Goblin is a Conjurer, which that's been a pain in the ass to try and level up solo, I'll tell you that much. But I've been getting there with sheer determination. Yeah. Now, can I get the camera to pick that up? It's out of focus, but yeah, that's fair. And I'm not necessarily saying that people are tired of raids, more just that I think people might have just been having a bit of a day or something, because I know some people did seem a little just frustrated, and it does happen. The game can be frustrating, and I'm definitely not one to judge about that. With my frustrations with that one stupid fucking dungeon that seems to hate me. But sometimes a change of pace just, it helps ground, yeah, and you know, it's just a good thing to have. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it has been fun doing raids with people as well. It's personally, when it comes to things like raids and that, I just like being chill about it. And I find patience is very much a virtue of that. Which can also just be hard with fitting into everyone's schedules. That's right, that's what I forgot to do last night after Skady stream. I was going to binge watch that anime that you were talking about. But when Skady mentioned episode 3, I instantly went to thinking of yeah, sometimes it's also just struggling to stay sentient and conscious. Yeah, when you were talking about just have you seen episode 3, I was thinking of Madoka Magica. Because of its somewhat infamous episode 3. Also, there's no need for concern. I have the door open, so there is ventilation whilst I'm using this glue. Considering you know, it requires it. Welcome back. Yeah. Madoka's it's one that I enjoyed back in the day. I still remember when it first came out. Which I guess is me somewhat showing my age a bit. So I'll get a nice good sanding on this. What I can do is if I wet it first with a bit of screen cleaner. What I could really do if I wanted to spend the time and effort, I could polish it. I do have polishing tools. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Okay, now we need C17 and 18. Yeah, I know what that's like, yeah. My backlog keeps growing because it's always okay, so I want to be in the right mood to watch this instead of just forcing myself to watch it. And then it's like, okay, the right mood never comes up. And it's like, well, one of these days I'm just going to have to start forcing myself to watch things even if I don't think I'm going to be able to focus enough, just so that I can actually make a dent on the backlog. Yeah, I completely understand, to be honest. It's very much like, you know, not necessarily being a depressed mindset or anything, but just having the right mindset to watch things so that you can thoroughly enjoy them. It's like how I never did finish my playthrough of Persona 5 Royal that I had going on. I'd played normal Persona 5 and finished that, and started the second playthrough on that. But then I picked up Royal when it had come out, and I had started that when I was stuck at home with COVID, right as I was supposed to be starting a new job. And I'd spent like an entire week playing it, which, honestly, great sort of game to play if you're stuck inside quarantining. But then, started full-time job right after that, and didn't get around to picking it back up. Which was a shame. I'd even got into the last dungeon. But it is just one of those things. It's all about having the right mindset to be able to thoroughly enjoy something. And sometimes you just, as much as you don't want to, sometimes for some things you just have to sort of force yourself to just sit down and do it. Like, don't even get me started on my backlog of books. Alright, yep. There you go, posture check. Thank you, Skady. Which, good timing for that. I was punching over probably way too much then. Trying to get my little pieces of plastic to look really nice and neat. Feel like I have much too much of a backlog of books to read. They're just... It's always a shame. I keep looking at books being like, that'd be a good book to read, and then it's like, yes, but my backlog. I reckon I've done well so far in the sense of my model kits, with the fact that I don't really have much of a backlog. I've been keeping it under wraps, which some people would suggest that means I'm not committed enough to it. There you go. It's almost looking like a Zaku 1. Now it's for the fun parts. Because we need C12. We need I number 4, which is this one here. So this is where fins are going to start to get really fiddly. Oh. Interesting. Okay, I just got away with the glue. But hey, it's not as bad as my time as a mechanic with the brake cleaner. Oh boy, the brake cleaner. Okay. Honestly, for a second I thought my back was going to crack with that stretch. So we go for the C12. So we'll start with 5 of them. Which, worst part about these instruction books is I don't speak Japanese. Well, I don't read Japanese, unfortunately, and yeah. Yo, Dark Salem, how you doing, man? I'm building the transparent blue Gouf. Okay. Nice. Nice. Nope, nope. Slid off. Oh, that came off before it was supposed to, but oh well. And Victor's knocking stuff down in the background. Did you get down there, Victor? Yeah, happy now, Victor? Yeah. So is it Jacob's car that's at the mechanic, or what's the situation with that one? It's self-driving mode with the cinematic camera on, which I just forced it to crash then. I just thought having that up there would be better than Subway Surfers. Ah, yep. Is it making noise, is it? So that's a common thing with what mechanics wanted to cold start a car, is if it's making some kind of noise, especially on startup. Be careful, that's technically an Australian icon you're insulting, being the Commodore. Which, it's kind of funny how it's an Australian icon, yet it's an American V8. Unlike the good old XR6 Ford Falcon with the 6-cylinder barrel. Alright, yep. The AU as well with the Innertech the Innertech 6-cylinder. Also a certified Aussie classic. Main difference being that the Barra has the dual overhead cams, because they're both a 4-litre inline 6. That said, those Innotechs take a lot of abuse and punishment and still keep going. The sheer horrors I've seen people do to them. It's honestly amazing. Which is why I was so disappointing that the Forza Horizon 3 being set in Australia didn't have any XR6 Falcons, it only had the XR8s. I mean, they didn't even give us an AU, the almighty cockroach. And it's starting to look sleek. Yeah. Also, gameplay don't get it. Yeah. It's a bit hard to get the camera to focus, but the eye turns on this, and I love it. Part of the beauty of the mono eye. Hi Victor. Oh, sorry, there's a little bit of stub there. Get it in your coat. It is nice to just keep looking up every now and then and seeing the Nissan Gloria just going around corners. Although, she's in a bit of a sore state. I do have her currently running through the Goliath, so you know, could be worse. It's already halfway through it, and apparently they are quite a bit behind. You know, with the auto drive and the cinematic camera, that means you could, you know, have a bit of an advantage of trying to use it for being visuals for next time you do a set. Which I'm still waiting to hear about what's gonna happen with the next Australia wave. You know? I mean, it's always just cool and exciting to hear about anything happening in a local scene. Okay, so if I'm reading the instructions right, I need a total of 13 on that. And then for the other one being number 5. Back to welcome back, Linda. Yeah, so 13 on that of the 12, and then 13 of the 11 on the number 5. I'll have to do that. I honestly kept forgetting to let you know when I jump on it. But you probably missed it. I did mention earlier that for the Goblin server, I am currently playing a Conjurer, which has been a pain in the ass to level up solo. But I'm committed to it. I'm committed to it, and that is what I'm achieving so far. I think I'm level like 12 or 11. I still stand by it. Skady would recognize my character just by the name the moment she saw it. It very much seems like I am lucky with the community that I have here, with the fact that despite my resistance, you're still very supportive of me playing 14. Which, honestly, my resistance is just partially some personal matters with having some issues with things that had happened with the game. But if I always held a grudge, I never would have gone back to Destiny 2. And I've also been tempted, shall we say, by some of the bootleg AliExpress models for Gundam kits. I mean, I can't really call them Gundam kits because most of the ones I look at aren't Gundam, because your boy likes the Zakus and their variants. Because honestly, I just think the mono eye itself is just so cool, you know. And who knows, maybe I'll use Scady's little trade secret and get myself a new model at some point in the future. And then be able to do some stuff with that. Because, you know, especially for what I paid for it, the model I've currently got is actually pretty good. But I also, you know, would eventually like something a bit more in the future. And I still need to get around to doing some emotes. Which there's one that I've been working on making myself that not anything super special, but it'd be at least something for you. Also, don't have a lot to talk about whilst I'm focusing on these little pieces here, unfortunately. Other than, you know, ignore how damaged my hands are. Some of it's from being a mechanic, some of it's my own stupidity. Look at that, we're getting close to being done. And then it's on to the next hose. There ain't no rest for the wicked. There we go. And one last one for this side. Okay, that's concerning. Okay, it's all good. Nothing's broken yet. Nothing's broken yet. And that goes in there, whilst that goes in there. Hell yeah. Coming together. Now I really wish the camera that I'm using would let me actually control focus and things like that. But unfortunately it won't. So you just sort of have to make do. Okay. Now we need 13 of number 11. Thanks, Susie. It's so it's a discontinued keyboard being the Moondrop Dash, but it's actually Hiromi keycaps. And then I actually have a numpad that matches. Because apparently I'm a weirdo and use numpad for fins. Which honestly with some games you just need all the keyboard you can get. And for reference with the keyboard swaps that have happened on previous streams, one of them was to my World Tour Tokyo Akira keyboard. Unfortunately discontinued. And another one was to my Famicom Edition 8-bit Do. This one's clicky. But no, I have a bit of a special interest when it comes to keyboards. Yeah, which I think they still sell. They were clearing out a key set of the Tokyos with English and Chinese key legends on them. Yeah, that Tokyo one I've had for quite a few years now, actually. That was my gateway to getting into enthusiast keyboards instead of just your generic gaming keyboards. And I've misplaced one of those. No. I do also have gaming keyboard. It's a Logitech keyboard with the Roma G switches. So not compatible if you standard cherry keycaps or anything like that. Oh, there we go, there's that one. Yeah, part of the reason I main using the Moondrop keyboard I have is because it also has an audio DAC and amplifier built into it that is currently powering my Sennheiser headphones. If I was to go full sweaty with comp, I'd have to go for like a Hall Effect sensor type keyboard or something like that, which some games is a bannable offense these days. These are my Sennheiser headphones. They're what's known as a open back, so they have a bit of audio bleed to them, but it also means that it just feels like it sounds a lot more roomy. Which is a hard way to explain it. Yeah, the if I remember correctly, Counter-Strike has banned the rapid trigger mechanisms available on Hall Effect keyboards for an unfair hardware advantage. It's like how for Doom 2016 there was a specific strat that required a Logitech mouse to use because it involved rebinding fins to the scroll wheel, and the Logitech mice have, like certain Logitech mice have unlockable scroll wheels, one of which being this one here. It's honestly a bit crazy the fact that people manage to find fins like that in the game, and what came of that was to make it fair and that there wasn't a hardware buy-in for fins. Well, it's sort of dependent upon the game and that. For Doom, they ended up just making it so that instead everyone just got to use a script that was a lot more effective anyway. But it's very much a per game basis on what people allow for speedrunning and things like that. It was because of a exploit in the game that people were using to just jump across entire encounters. Can't remember if it was Doom or Doom Eternal. Yeah, it turns out there has been plenty of controversy within speedrunning about fins like that. And when it comes to fins like your Hall Effect keyboards, there's also been controversies with that with games like Trackmania. They're setting custom keybinds that register as being pressed a certain percentage whilst you're holding it, because that's considered a hardware buy-in. And they very much like to keep it as fair as possible. Which is also why there's always such a big uproar whenever someone gets caught cheating for speedruns. Yeah? What sort of techie stuff did you do? Hey, that's something. I mean, considering what I've seen for trying to enable multiplayer in different games, anything like that becomes just an achievement to get working. Like, as much as I very much do like Saints Row 2, the PC port for it is pretty terrible. And currently the only way to have working multiplayer for that is to make your own VPN to basically put the people you want to play with on the same virtual network as you, so that it registers it as a LAN game instead of an over the internet game, because the servers were run by GameSpy and GameSpy does not exist anymore. The multiplayer still works on Xbox 360, however, because that was through Xbox Live instead, thankfully. But it also means it doesn't work on PS3. Because the PS3 was GameSpy. Oh, and I got shown a photo today. In the city I live in, a old lady illegally parked her car up on a site, like on a footpath, and crashed it into the fence of a house. And then just went to go do her grocery shopping. Didn't think twice about the fact that she was parked up on a footpath instead of an actual car park. Yeah, it sounds challenging. I was lucky enough though. There's a Discord server dedicated to people who modified Frosted to make it work there. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. There's always either a Reddit or a Discord for fins. And yeah, people do be crazy. I mean, like, a while ago now, I was streaming The Crew, and that's thanks to the amazing work that people have done on the Crew Unlimited Discord server to reverse engineer all of the networking traffic for the game, so that they could run server emulators, and that in itself is just crazy work. Like, I've dabbled in Wireshark, and even then, now that's scary. I can't say much though. Hey, that's just part of the modding experience, is the game crashing, you know? It's just part of the experience. I mean, I reckon I've spent... Yeah, I thought it was. But hey, that's... Ideally, because the cops apparently showed up to that, that'll ideally be one less crazy person driving on the road, because she should hopefully be having her license revoked for that. If it suggests that, you know, unsafe to be driving. Yeah. It's amazing when the community does stuff like that to keep the game alive. It's kind of why I reckon it'd be crazy if something like that happened with the Destiny community. If they were able to you know, sort of analyze it and then start even maybe modding the game. And I swear this isn't just because I want to be able to do the old Year 1 content again. However, I would like to do the old Year 1 content again. Not just the Leviathan. There's other fins. I miss insulting the crap out of Brother Vance. I think it was Vance. On Mercury. Because, you know, he's a hardcore Osiris nut, and yet he never got to meet Osiris. I'm still... Yeah. Honestly, I've been having to heal myself to be able to stand a chance on higher level fights. So it's been a good learning experience toggling the self-target and then going back to targeting enemies just to be able to maintain combat. Part of the problem is I'm also just used to Guild Wars 2, where there's enough flexibility with everything that they're like, you can sort of be anything with any profession. Almost done with this hose. And there's still 2 more later on for the torso. And I still reckon it would be great if they did add the full Leviathan back. Partially just because with the standard Leviathan, I reckon Scaredy would actually enjoy that raid. Partially because a lot less jumping. And that does seem to be one thing that she gets unlucky with, is the platforming side of things, because honestly the platforming in Destiny is kind of cursed. Especially as a hunter. It would be nice, but it honestly seems like instead they're probably just going to be fired and let go, unfortunately, because of there is the rumors that Bungie is looking at trying to let go of like 50% of their staff. And that's very unfortunate. Okay, now that those are done, we need C16. Could you imagine, right? If they were able to just quietly re-enable all of the legacy content, and then they could just sell that to people who don't already have it, hadn't already had it. Honestly, I reckon it'd be some fairly quick and easy money for them. Okay. And this part is going to be very bloody fiddly. Just got to get those lined up nicely. There we go. That's that part done. I still like being able to move the eye. That sounds like you've got quite the grind ahead of you then. Okay, that's that part done. Now I need C7. For the most important part of the drip. Yeah. That's always how it goes. That's always how it goes. I mean, I'm still annoyed. I missed out on the old light emblem because I was just too burnt out from Destiny that I just didn't touch Witch Queen. Because the whole year before Witch Queen was just a rough one in terms of, getting any kind of worthwhile out of Destiny, especially when you don't even have a raid team. So that was a rough time. And I just, wish I could have had a team back then that kept me playing. We go for the most important part, the horn. Focusing on this camera is still shocking. There we go, and now we can just pop that in there like so. Now, once again, we can compare him with the Gouf custom. See how he's coming along. Which now I want a semi-transparent Gouf custom because that'd be sick. The fun thing about the Gouf custom that I have, being the master grade, it also came with this that I still haven't painted of the pilot, which would also probably be a good practice for painting, considering I still have unpainted Plague Marines, which Victor likes knocking off the desk. Which doesn't surprise me. He strikes me as more of a Khorne than of a Miracle. Okay, we're moving on to Runner H. Not that's an F. E, D. Okay, Runner H. And we're starting on a certain crowd's favorite part, the feet. It is kind of crazy the amount of detail in these kits though. Especially when you think about the ones that don't have the transparent plastics and how much of it would it be covered up by it. Yeah. Sorry about the random miscellaneous noises of things. And I should also quickly check the time. Damn, time is going quick. What is that? PC runner. Yeah, I need to do mine as well, Lucy. Cause yeah, it'd be nice to get to work on Guardian rank and all that. Yeah. So maybe we'll have to organize doing that, like organize that in the server or something to just help everyone get their Guardian rank up. Apart from skating, she doesn't want to bother getting hers up, which fair enough. This goes in like so, and this goes on over the top like so. Now we turn that once down, and we need more pieces. She's struggling hard, doesn't help strictly support build so low. The only definitely. Hey, is like Water and I have explained to Scaredy when we were doing I can't remember which legendary campaign it was at this point. Just her supporting us with that healing auto rifle, no hesitation, I think it was. Just that alone was a game changer that helped keep us alive. We want 26. Yeah, I am not someone who's going to ever complain about having support. Support is an important role that a lot of people neglect. Hey, English is a stupid and bastardized language, so there is no real reason to need to, you know, feel bad about struggling with it or saying something in a weird way, because honestly that's just the language. Anyway, I should know, I'm Australian. I know how bad the Australian version of English can be. Like having an entire sentence made up of just yeah and nah. Oh yeah. Now to check and probably realize I missed something there. No, I did not. That's always a nice feeling. I'm gonna need runner H again. Also need runner G. Here we go, runner G. Because I need number 32. Here we go, 32. And that simply goes in there. And now we do that again for the other foot. So that means we'll need 22. Just this one here. Go, and then none. Set that off to the side. No, just move that there. And then 5, so what? That there. Once again, that goes there like so. Goes around with that. Then we want these. Up to the side for the moment. I would honestly be a bit surprised if I'm able to finish this tonight. As from memory, we'll have to probably jump off and end train in a bit. Alright, just having a quick gander at all the emails that have come through whilst I've been focused on this. Let's see, and we want piece number 33 for this one. Look, I just want to be the #1 council worker, you know? And I've been telling one of my friends he needs to get either a Ford Falcon or a Holden Commodore to truly live the Bogan dream, because he's already on disability pension. I mean, in all fairness, the disability pension he's on, he's gone through quite a bit in life to be on. Because he's got a kidney disease that he's had since birth, so, you know, it's been a bit of a rough one for him. Which that's always one thing that people seem to struggle with the idea of, is that Australia does have it so that there are payments or benefits for people who are in rough situations that make rough medical situations that make it hard or impossible for them to work. I mean, Hallie was barely even at school during high school because he was having to go to hospital every second day to be hooked up to a machine. Which, when you're a kid growing up and your friends going through that, you learn to fucking appreciate what you've got. I'll tell you that much. You really learn to appreciate what you got. Which in some aspects is actually, you know, a bit of a blessing, because you've got that hindsight, that, well, not hindsight, but that insight and understanding. Yeah. Been trying to convince him he needs to start streaming, but his internet's a bit too bullshit. clean it up a bit because there was a bit of stress marking on the plastics, which is really noticeable on the clear stuff. There we go. Okay, now get H8 ready, just in case that needs to go in before something the other part. G E That's J. That is I. Of course, it's always the last one you look for. Okay, I need H8. This piece here. There we go, part of a port. Definitely proven to be a bit of an in-depth kit, but I'm not complaining because it makes it more fun. There we need D18. The reason why that helps clear up any of the stress marks and all that is because it's actually melting the plastic a little bit. Because it's designed for melting pieces together. It also just helps for cleaning up some of the stress marks that are left on the plastics. So it's a bit hard to hand over them. And I'm still learning / improving at this to not have to resort to tricks like that. And you need 8 gain. This piece here. Honestly, it is just really nice for mental health and everything, just being able to just sit down, relax, and enjoy doing something like this. Sometimes you just need to have a hobby where you just sit down and take things slowly to be able to unwind. Life can be stressful. You don't need your hobbies to be something that's adding to that. I mean, yes, sometimes it's nice to have hobbies where you feel like you're getting a good challenge in what you're doing as well. But sometimes it's also just nice to have one where you slow down and just enjoy things. Okay. Now. And that just sits in there. Seems a bit excessive making it a separate piece, but oh well. That movement in the foot is excessive, but so cool that they've got it. That's why I like these things so much. Just the effort that they go to add detail like that, of making it so that you can stance it up ready to like sprint off or whatever. And now we get to do that again with the other foot. And I'm sure my vacuum cleaner is going to love when I vacuum this room with all of these that are potentially already on the floor. In all fairness, I could always, invest in some of the really, really fucking expensive cutters, and they do leave a nice clean cut, but like the price that they cost is just ridiculous. So honestly, I'd rather just put in the bit of extra effort to clean things up than to have to deal with that. Because the best time to buy yourself nice, fancy, expensive tools is if it's something that you can claim on tax. Which is the real reason to be a tradie, is to claim tools on tax. And depending on the trade, maybe even a vehicle, fuel, rego, all that fun stuff. That said, the blue collar job I used to do, there are plenty of people out there who wouldn't consider it real tradie work because, you're indoors all the time. You're not on a construction site. Despite how much time is spent doing construction on workshops, it seems. There's always something wrong or broken in a workshop. It's just a general rule of thumb at this point. Like one of the places I worked at, the workshop didn't have air conditioning. That made things very hard and difficult for working in the workshop during the summer. And in case you're curious as to what this glue stuff smells like, and as to how you know it's something that you want ventilation with, well, it's very similar to nail polish, and if you don't leave a door open, your room starts stinking like a nail salon, like the ones you walk past in the shopping centre, where you just want to hold your breath because the chemicals is that strong from it. That reminds me, I'm also tempted to stream Higurashi because I kind of picked all of it up on GOG the other week. And surprisingly, it is not considered a banned game or anything like that on Twitch. So I reckon that could be fun in a potentially horrifying way. Okay. Now back to need and runner H. Does need number 7. That's 6. Oh, there's the 7s. I was about to say, am I going blind? That was actually me questioning it. I was not trying to set up a bit for a 6-7 joke. Oh, that's because I've said it already. Keep the youngsters happy. Is that really supposed to be able to go in there? That seems a bit... Yeah. Yeah, no. Might be a bit of a struggle. Yeah, that's too loose. It's definitely that way. There we go. That's that one. And we need 14 and then G30. Now, this piece goes like so. And this goes in here. It's already looking mighty complicated. And it was G number 30 that we needed. It's going to be interesting to see just how in-depth and detailed the arms are going to be. For this effort that we're going to for the legs. This looks into here. Okay, and so that's what's in there. That lines up with those. So we've basically got the aesthetic of working hydraulic actuators for it, which is pretty cool. Now we do that again. And hope that I haven't got them muddled up at some point. It's apparently different pieces for them, so... No. That, and then that. And then for run a G, we needed 31. Find the fake hydraulics up first, because they will be the more annoying with the fins. There we go, and then we can just stick that in there, and boom. Look at that. We got 2 feet. With a ridiculous seeming amount of movement in them. In a good way. Now, I will be back in a moment, as I need to duck to the toilet. Oh, you know, I might wait a moment then. Hi Raiders, we're currently building a goof, but the transparent one. So we've done, so far in the stream, we've done the torso and the head and the 2 feet. And thanks for the raid. We're slowly making progress through it all. There's plenty to be done on this one. What were you guys up to before the raid? And that's true, progress is progress. Oh hell yeah. Are we talking like some OG style of Power Rangers or some of the newer ones? I imagine it would be that. Always nice getting to enjoy something from the past in a fun and constructive way like that. A month or two was from the original Mighty Morphin Yellow. They're from the game Heroes of the Grid, which was one of them. Oh hell yeah. That actually sounds like a lot of fun. There you go, here's F. Where we're needing 15 and 9. Yeah, they got another fish of 4 hours on. Oh yeah, thank you. It's appreciated. For reference, I've built a similar kit to this, not quite as in depth. A good one, like, cheers. But it was this one here, and he took me an entire day to build. So that's the Gouf custom. One of the things I really like about this one that I've built in today, the eye moves as well inside the head, because they have a mono eye on them. Plus also, things like the cockpit open up. There's a lot of detail in these kits. And thank you for the follows. Brings me closer to our next kit to build. Because for 50 followers, I'm building this kit. It's a move the microphone out the way of it. Official Hatsune Miku collab. It's going to be a fun build. Probably won't take as long as this one, considering the box is like half the size, but it's going to be a fun one. Let's see, we've got F15 there, so I was chasing F9. Thank you. And yeah, they that expensive redeem one is for a full hour. So that one will be interesting if someone manages to hit that many points. That was 9. Cheers. And yeah, hey, it's always good to be dedicated to something, right? Even if it's just dedication to a bit. Which I have noticed the worst thing about me doing this stream is just I really need to get my tracking to work a bit better for it. Because the way it's currently set up, it can struggle a little bit sometimes. That apparently goes through there to come to this. This is crazy. Over there. Yeah. I mean, so for my model, I've just got a Logitech camera, and then for my current hand cam, I've got a cheaper Logitech camera. Okay, that goes there. This goes in here, up above, clicks in. That's probably towards the knee. For that, it is a bit crazy, some of the details in this model. Like I was showing it off earlier, the foot with the joints in it, so the foot itself can move, and then those have fake hydraulics in them. Yeah, I'm looking at getting the second-hand iPhone to use for the tracking, and then using the webcam that I currently use for tracking for hand cam. But it's always just a matter of priorities in life. Yeah, from the reading up that I have done, anything newer than the 13 is just massively diminishing returns in terms of cost to tracking quality. But if you get like a 13 mini, then they can have overheating issues. So I was just looking at a secondhand iPhone 13. Yeah, and obviously, if I'm going secondhand, I'm not too concerned about battery life because the main thing I'd be using it for would be for tracking. So I'll just have it next to the computer, probably even just plugged into the computer anyway. Yeah, so then you don't really even need to worry about forking out the bit of extra money for one that's got a battery that's testing good. As long as it's still going to work, it doesn't matter too much. G29 is this one here. I don't know how well it picks it up, but all of the tiny little dots are just little offcuts of plastic, so it's going to be also just a fun effort cleaning everything up after the fact. But it's worth it when you enjoy the hobby. That goes in there like so. And we set that off to the side as we grab more pieces. So we need 7. And then 13. Okay. Get those up a bit. Okay, now that sits there, that one goes in there, and that okay, so that'll sit in there, and that run as that goes in there. So much of this involves parts that move within each other. all the extra attention to details and finickiness is definitely worth it, just because of how bloody cool it all is when it comes together. And I need to do all that again with the other leg. Which is the second runner of the Fs. Nine, 15, 8. So I'm jumping the gun a bit. Oh. So what happens when you're getting excited and enjoying what you're doing? Sometimes you try to jump the gun a bit. Okay. That there and one there. And that locks into the hole in there. Make it 9. And that goes in there and clicks into place. Okay. Now we need F8. Okay. And H13 and G29. Okay, H13. And G 29. Okay, that's that cleaned up. Gonna clean this one up. And that needs to go in there, like that. That one goes in there, like so. And then this goes over the top. So we have that again, moving again like that. Oh well, that'll teach me. I put this one together the wrong way around. And this is where plastic pry tools for taking apart bones can come in handy. Because you can easily chuck them in there without it potentially being a source of damage for it. There we go. Now we need F16 and F17 for the next part. There's these pieces here. And we'll be going like so. What's it? Yeah, like so. Fits in there a lot better. Slowly but surely get in there. And also having to keep an eye on the time. Okay. Oh. Oh. It's supposed to. Feel like I'm potentially missing something here as to where that's supposed to sit. No. Now I need PC4. Which, if I remember correctly, stands for polycarbonate or something along those lines. And I need F14, which is this piece here. Okay. This slots in there like so, and this just goes over like that. Cool. And on that note, I actually need to head off, so thank you everyone for joining, and I'm now going to have to try and find someone to raid. But take care.